Minding my own business out there, cleaning fish. Next thing you know, it's no longer live. I don't know what happened. What's up, Adrian? Thanks for stopping by. I'm fishing to the left. Trying to catch the fish. We're getting some. Alaska, southeast part. We are back. I got the fish clean. Speaking of which, I turned the pump off. Illinois. I hate it. How hot is it? It's like 50 degrees here, look. Degrees. Grand Slam Bucktown, everyone. 50 degrees and raining a little bit. Call it a little bit of drizzle. Unless I'm on a boat offshore, I want to go 90 degrees. Yeah, the old stream trick, that YouTube. I don't know, the water droplets probably doing over. I don't know what happened. I was packing the fish, and then next thing I know, we got no live stream. 70% humidity is not bad. Around here, it's always 90%, 100%. Got some chatter on this 16 here. There we go. It's weird. It's a totally different day out here. Not as many kings or boas. I'm getting rockfish today. No rockfish yesterday. wherever you said you were, Michigan or something like that? What's going on there? Oh, I'm gonna rock. I see it on the sonar. Woke up at 3, started trolling probably around 5, 4:30, I don't know, early. Most of the boats aren't even out here yet, I would say. I'd like to get about 50 cohos, another 5 or 6 days, call it a wonderful day to go back in. But right now I've only got about, I don't know, 6 cohos, 1 king. Pretty slow. It started off really slow, it got better there. It started to get better. I definitely want to fish through the tide. I'm thinking with the wind the way it is, I'm going to go inside Beaver Strait. Wait for the tide to start coming in. All the boats are fishing inside. I don't know how many they're getting in there, but I guess I like it out here. I'm not doing that great, but I'm doing all right. There's no boats messing with me really. This is one more than muscle boats coming around. Good enough problem. I think this is about what time I started fishing yesterday. Man, my roof's gonna start leaking. I don't want it to leak on I got that antique historical box of cartridges. Look at that. That is so old. You can't have the water leaking on that. I wonder where all my firearms people went. Where happened to, we used to have that guy, Arsenal advisor. And then Perlman, I haven't seen Perlman in here in a minute. What happened to Perlman? There's Glenn Butcher. What's up, Glenn Butcher? I got almost the same number of kings as your buddy. I don't know. I think I got like 6. I think I might have got 6 yesterday. I'm not sure. Maybe I got more. I think for sure I got at least 6. That's the same as they got. They got 9 for 2.5 days. 6 is about the same. Yeah. They did pretty good. He texted me or on the Facebook Messenger, showed me where they were fishing. I haven't gone over there. I don't think I'm going to either. It's a little bit breezy. It's like about like 7 knot southeast breeze right now. Starting to white cap a little bit. Seas are flat though. It's about like 2-foot seas, maybe 3 foot. Light rain going on. Yeah, I just call it light. It's good weather, basically. What's your friend's name? Chris? They said they had an electrician come to look at their boat. I guess it won't run. How did they get it back to the harbor? Did it run to the dock and it wouldn't start up? That's the best case scenario. Other than the fact that it's not starting. I text my wife. Yep. I get up so early that I'm way ahead of her. And I don't run the text her. Alaska Bow Hunter! Oh, it's a backup account. It got blocked. What? I have the most offensive channel, I don't know. Pure Alaska, right? Pure Alaska. So probably it was the hunting, I guess. I would guess, I don't know. There's another, I'm getting a king bite right now, a good one. Real good bite. That's like the biggest hit I've had this whole trip. Was like, whoa, actually crazy. There's this guy, a fishing channel, he's like, oh man, that big king, look at him break the line. He's walking around with a pistol and fishing and stuff. I'm like, bro, YouTube doesn't allow that. He's like, I'm calling YouTube out. I think they do allow it. It's fine. He's like, alright. I don't think that's gonna go on for very long. I think I got a big one, you guys. Let's see. Pulling on there pretty hard. Pulling on it like, I don't know, it could be a big halibut or something too. I thought all halibut were extinct in Sitka though. we got something, I'm sure about that. I don't know, I got a lot of fish on, or I don't know, the current, something's going on. Slow down, make sure my lines don't get tangled. Get my heavy stuck in my floats. on us. We've been invaded by the ring. I don't know what the deal is with this guy, but this slide over here. No, someone put a jacket on us. It's getting kind of gnarly pretty quick out here. looks like these guys are watching my channel. As soon as I catch a king salmon, like all of a sudden there's boats all around me. Gotta add some hydraulic fluid to my thing. It's soaked on it. Soaked in rain. Accidentally deleted? I don't know, man. It's like firing squad out there. Jason's channel got the axe. No apparent reason. A little wet. It is. I figured out the other day I can just set you guys in the doorway with the charger on and you can still see out there. That wasn't too bad. I got a triple, couple keepers. Good to see you, Shannon. I'm out here catching a couple of king salmon and finally Alaska bow hunter, you get it. You get the moderator. I'm not making any more moderators, but here are the old moderators so you can have it. Shannon, don't panic. You're already a moderator too. I'm trying it out. YouTube taking away all my people anyway. What difference does it make? Probably delete my channel next. I don't know. I'm not even worried about it. At this point, I thought it was going to go really well. Everything on the channel was doing good. Everything was pointed upwards. And then now it's like a nose. Maybe it'll come back once I start streaming again. What now? Pure Alaska is back? How are you back, but you don't want... Oh, at Pure Alaska. You want to keep that one and not the other one? Here. Hopefully this isn't the wrong mod. You had one of those. Boat headed out here. It's just angling right into the drag. Oh, there's an in. What kind of fish it is, I don't know. That's funny. I know these people from Sitka watch my channel because they recognize my dog down there on the dock. But no, but they don't ever talk on here. One guy, Kevin, does, and I well, not Kevin, Devin. I think it's a Devin. With an eye. There, I got you. The backup channel. The backup to the backup. Girl power! I got no girl power. My girl power's at home. Getting the bite on the heavy. I think I like the solo salmon bite. Rattle. Right on the port side too. It's pretty busy right now. Oh, look what I got. I got this. I got my coffee. This is the new coffee. The Monster Coffee Plus Energy! Thank God he got us some fish coming. Oh, it was bad up there in the Yakutat. This is more like it. Pretty good. Slow down a little bit. The snow will stop bothering me. Western Husky. This is like the same thing that happened yesterday. They're biting good, and I'm thinking like, man, we're gonna get 200 coho today, and then they just quit. They quit around like 10 o'clock, I think. Come on, King Solomon! Patrick, Papa! Oh, big right on the port side, the big coho's out of the roof. Hopefully some of Stan's fish will move up here since he's not fishing down there to make it past. Now that he's got his hooks out of pot. I don't have no coffee, I just got this. I got the, I had tea and now I got this monster drink. Kinda does, it tastes just like coffee. It has a little bit of a weird aftertaste, but otherwise, might as well be a Starbucks coffee. Wilson's at home with Holly. She said he almost fell down yesterday when he went to lay down, but I don't know. He's just old. Hope he'll be all right. He's on a diet because the vet said he's way too overweight. He's having pain issues, and so just cut down on the food and try and get some weight off of him because his joints are all messed up or whatever. He's like a 90-year-old dog or something for his human years. I don't know. He's adjusted fine. He loves Holly. Holly loves the dog. Everything's fine. We're at home. He's keeping guard of the house and the food bowl. Enjoying the long naps on the floor, I'm sure, during the day. A pretty consistent bite on the port heavy over there. It acts like polo. I know. It is kind of annoying cleaning these 4-pound polos. Making the money. Is that good or bad, Shannon? It seems flat. The hooks are loading up here, loading up with big salmon and polos. Gotta get a lot more fish if I had a deckhand. I can just have them back there pulling them in. We probably have 50 coho by now. Keep pulling them off the top hooks. I said he'd add some fluid to my thickness, so I'll crank down the fluid a little bit more on it. How's it going in Louisiana, Patrick? You still in Louisiana? know. I might be able to find someone that's sitting on the dock. Mostly I'm thinking for chum salmon, but this would be good. This isn't enough fish right now, really, but the chum salmon is fish as they come in. There's just so much weight. Forgot I was going to get a pipe. There's some 6-inch sewer pipe or whatever, plastic pipe at the dump. I meant to grab a piece of it so I can shoot them in my fish hole. Forgot. Starboard side too. Back like 1 foot hole. I guess that one might be, I don't know. Everybody loves a good halibut. Got a couple kings. I hope the price is still the same. I'm getting a lot of bites right now. They look like a coho salamans. I'm enjoying my monster drink, and I'm gonna go out there. Might be a little bit on the wet side out there. I think it's actually less wet in that phone halter up high. Put you guys up there. warming up right now. Kind of attacking this. Fill that box up. What I say the goal was 5 or 6 cans for 50 colos. Go home. Go to town. Right. This is probably colos. This is right. The coho bites. There's our kings. Get that blood off his belly before he soaks in. Put you guys up in the rack here. Maybe a little bit less rain happens up here. A little bit less rain up here than there. hydraulic fluid. My daggone hydro is going super slow. waves and stuff around here get a little bit wavy and stuff. You know? hydraulics running low fluid, I think.
Yeah, but it's only 8:40 in the morning. I feel like I've been at war out here or something. Here.
Yeah, windy. Open the window, it's like... knots. But I'm getting a bite. Of course I am. Yeah, they're gonna bite now, of course. Got another pink salmon on. What they say about the weather, it's gonna get worse or better.
I like the fishing, but I don't like the weather. Supposed to be like even better than green right now, but that's not what I'm seeing. Friday looks really nice. I think I'll make it till Friday. Saturday, more like this. Giant boat. Gigantic boats are just impossible. Kicked off again. There's the fair weather right there. It's like the biggest boat. Get out of here. Pretend like I'm not catching king salmon right now. There is no king salmon here, Caleb. They're all on the fair weather grounds. No tender. I gotta go back to town. This freezer boat's out here pretty much pumps in. All the ice boats are probably back in town chunk fishing right now. I don't know. They're not here. Not very many of them. Kind of sounded like maybe a lot of people will start fishing. I don't know what fuel is in Sitka, but it's probably a lot. enough to knock the phone off the counter. That's something, isn't it? Not real happy about the weather right now. Finally find some fish, and here comes the weather. It's been perfect for weeks.
How much longer do I have this tide running out like this? I think the tide's probably not rough weather. I've got them on right now, Gary. I don't want to go out there. It's rough. Keeps it up like this. I think what I'm going to try and do is let my lines load up, clear the lines, and then load them up one more time and start heading back in. I mean, I got $500 on the boat already today. I wish King Salmon was open like this every day. It has been for everybody else fishing down here. I bet it's been pretty good. All in all, unless you got a big boat that burns up all your money in fuel. Keep getting kicked off. It's I think a Starlink doing like this, you know, knocking the signal off. I might have just had about enough of this as it is. It's getting bigger. Whoa! It might be my location too, where I am on the ocean. It's right on this underwater point, you know, where this big channel empties out and the tide's going out. If I could maintain just like this, I could get around the same path I took yesterday and get out of here. Well, it went from 2-foot seas to like 5-foot wind chop real quick. I'm not real familiar with this body of water. If I did, but a jacket that I would find this so much, but I don't know, it might get worse. Pass on it, and then maybe pick it up to 20 fathoms or something.
like the fish are just on this one spot here. This might get anywhere else. I'll take another pass. Magic! We get the king salmon! A couple here and there. Little breezy up in here. Kick off. Probably gonna end up having to start another stream here. What's this tide doing? Check the tide. Tide. Wednesday. Supposedly nice right now. Supposed to get, and it looks like it's supposed to be nice. There's nothing really big on not really a good option for me to troll in with the amount of line I have out. I'm kind of noticing like all the boats are like west of this real sharp pinnacles. There's kind of a flat to the west that seems like where most of the boats are working. Up there, Long Country! I'm investigating the weather. Let's check the tide. It's blazing out right now. It's half tide. Strongest part of the tide right now. Like the tide's coming in. But it really shouldn't be a tide problem.
9-foot tide at 2:55. Low tide was at 8:30. So it just started coming in.
I guess we got a bite on the tide change. That's in our bite course. Besot! Besot! Come on, fish, load them up on there. Let's go. Oh, nice big wave coming after me right there. I don't know. Weather can stay whatever it wants. It's pretty rough out here. Right in the spot where I'm catching the fish, it's pretty rough.
Typical Pacific. Oh, and an albatross. Crazy. They don't usually come in. That's how you know I'm offshore. Where is he? Come on, Albie, get in there. There he is.
The Albie's following the freezer boats in.
Birds, really, I don't see them usually. I don't usually see them. It's video of him. Oh, it took off. Dang it. There he goes. They got like an 8-foot wingspan or some crazy deal. Barely got a picture of him there. The weather's not that bad, but some of these waves that are standing up like really steep, you know. It's choppy, real choppy on my side. That's crazy that the biggest freezer boats are right here. I think they just limit sea, don't they? Just come in for the mating season. I don't know where they mate at. Not anywhere on shore that I know about around here. It's like some islands way out in the middle of the ocean. When you go offshore, they're everywhere. Like if you go 12 miles out, there's albatross all over the place, but they don't usually come in this close. I guess I'm not that close to the shore. They follow the big trees and go over here and see us. If I go like a little bit further west, it won't be so rough. Get away from the mouth of that daggone inlet. That big channel comes through over there and rolls over this rock pile. That's where I've been fishing. But it's not nice right now. It's not nice at all over there. I think it's better over here. I was catching fish over here too yesterday. Hey, if you're watching, if you haven't subscribed, do me a favor and subscribe. I don't get any new subscribers out of this anymore. I asked you guys to subscribe yesterday. I got 4 subscribers. Thank you. But I've been streaming, and like every day I stream, I don't get any subscribers. It's really weak. Well, those freezer boats, they gotta catch fish, you know, because they're running the generator. They're running a big generator to keep their blast freezer going. 24 hours a day they're running. But you're right. You know, that's like a 65-foot boat or something. It's gotta be all the fish or it's gonna lose money. At least at some point they gotta get the fish. Seafood's getting ready to be really expensive. That's interesting that the tide's coming in. I wouldn't have thought this kind of weather would be because of the outdoor tide. I had a big strike on the boat. That one I just put out, I like it. I think it's a big salmon on there. I should probably go get it. Some more definitive bites. I know I'm hanging one fish, but that's not really that much.
say the big boats fish better when there's a little bit of weather. It makes their poles go like this, and it helps shake their spoons and stuff. When it's flat, the gear doesn't move at all. Just the flashing. Calm down anyway over here. Flip the boat, huh? What kind of boat was it? This definitely isn't boat flipping kind of weather, I don't think. Well, those big freezer boats are definitely made for it. This is like, for me, this is the equivalent of those guys fishing in like 10-foot seas. I fish in 10-foot seas too, but I'm not fishing those 10-foot wind shop, but they will. Is it a sea dory or what? Would it roll over in the waves? That's crazy. They don't have much of a keel on them, I don't think. I gotta move this switch panel I got to the wrong spot. The door keeps hitting buttons. Seemed like a good idea when I'm out of there. It's not a good spot. Like it's calmed down over here. They do some crazy stuff with those boats down there. Don't they like launch them into surf and then run them out to tuna fish? Retouch thing on my face. Digital makeup. Hit the wrong button the other day. Made me look weird. How fast do they go? I guess if you're gonna fish tuna with it, you better have an engine on it. It does some good speed. I think it's much nicer over here. Either the waves calm down because the wind's down, or a lot nicer away from that corner. got that king on there. Got a boat coming back down the drag. I really hope it's not that giant freezer boat. It's going to tack back and forth to this very exact spot where I'm fishing at. It probably is. That's probably exactly what's happening. I know the guy's probably thinking, man, if Devin's out there fishing, there must be some kinks there for sure. It must be worth it. Let's go back for another pass. Plus there are some kinks here. I don't know if there's no kinks anywhere else or what. Surely there must be some inshore here. There's a bunch of boats in there. I really want to go out there. It has to be done. See if we can go get a king salmon out of the deal. Gertie should run faster now. Coho on the gut tray. Gnarly out there. this survive a little bit longer, I think I might calm down. The edge of the storm or something's hitting us. I feel like I'm a lot nicer when I come inside. It's nicer in here, that's for sure. Not really catching anything right now. It was okay for around that high tide, and then it just died off. Appleman's battling this seas. You know the wind's not even coming in the right direction. It's supposed to be coming the other way. Then we can just hold out and then switch around and calm down. It's supposed to be blowing southwest. It's blowing southeast, so those idiots are not doing a whole lot. I reckon it's gonna build up though. It's up doing like this. Suppose we ought to go up for another pass, and then it's kind of down sea coming this way. And pick the gear up, get the heck out of here. It's not benefiting me very much to do this. Fishing was actually a little bit better this morning than it was yesterday for me. But now it's not doing it. I guess every time they might start making for me. Yeah, it's pretty steep, man. I guess it's like 6 foot now. I have to hold my gear. I'm not even going to turn up the speed. I'm going to come back around on it. Maybe we can find a place to fish on the inside. I don't know. Doubt it. Yeah, maybe on the inside of the island. Pull the gear, and then that won't take very long. 20 minutes. Minutes to get the gear pulled up, and then goes down into the maybe over on it. I got this huge patch of pinnacles. Is the problem? I can't just troll over there. It gets real shallow. Go back out there. Yeah, I'm going south. I'm just missing, like, I'd like to fish. I wanted to fish till like 3, so we did pretty good. Fished till 10, 9:30, 10. Didn't miss too much. Didn't miss much at all.
back, and then it might be nice on the other side of this reef, you know, where I can, this freaking computer is so messed up. I think it's reached its end of its lifespan. It was working, and now it's not working. Maybe if I redid the electrical connections on it, it would work. Acting like it's going to lay down. So I pull my gear up, it lays down. It's alright, we did fine. Raining and everything else.
run over where everybody's fishing and see what's in there. And also not just tuck tail and run past all these fish more than send them on the end or whatever. Should really just fish it. I just don't like it. I hate to say that I'd be lucky to get weather that's that good to run home on. I like coming down here just to fish for king and then boogieing the heck out before fall happens. I've been asked probably a couple times coming home. You try and wait for the one day it's nice weather, then you get hammered by the westerlies. What is going on? John Bolton! What happened? Water in the mic? Yeah, maybe. Hold on. How about now? Oh! Yeah, there's water everywhere, man. Oh, boy. What happened to John Bolton? How did John get? I got two down. Go right over the street for everybody else. This will be good. It'll help me. It should push me in with the tide. I'll be able to run in with the tide, and then it should actually work out just right. Drive the tide into Neva Strait, and then about halfway through Neva Strait it reverses and goes the other way. It's just sucking me out. I think that's how it works. Every time, man, I pull my gear in and now the waves went back to like 3-4 foot. It's probably just rough out there where I want to fish. You know, that's the way it goes. Right there where all the currents change. Depths and all that stuff. Where the fish are too. got business in town. Might be able to catch just as many king salmon dragging chum bugs in the channel right in front of town there. I don't know. That's one thing about down here, it makes it easier to screen because it's not pouring rain all the time. That's actually my home area. I didn't try to set out and go across the cave. That's probably not the over there. Much nicer in here. I'm only off the bag by like 200 yards. Maybe it's the angle I'm going at. Nice polos on that last pull. Got like 10 more. I don't know. 6 more. I can do without the white caps, you know, like the breaking waves. I'm not going to that. I can do it if need be, but it's going to be a lot more days of fishing to come. It's nice to catch the big salmon. It's not like I'm getting them on every hook. I'm out of coffee. Been having mechanical issues with my belt. Victor's pump leaking like crazy. Maybe we'll start banging the king salmon on our way in. Get baths out. Maybe we'll run into the rocks and snap everything off and end up back in the hole again.
Job chapter 26. Yeah. But let's see here. This is where Bildad the Shuhite is talking to him. Bildad says to Job, dominion and fear belong to him. He makes peace in his high places. Is there any number to his armies? Upon whom does his light not rise? How then can man be righteous before God? Or how can he be pure who is born of a woman? If even the moon does not shine, the stars are not pure in his sight. How much less man, who is a maggot, and the son of a man who is a worm? But Job answered and said, how have you helped him who is without power? How have you saved the arm that has no strength? How have you counseled one who has no wisdom? And how have you declared sound advice to many? To whom have you uttered words, and to whose spirit came from you? The dead tremble, those under the waters and those inhabiting them. Sheol is naked before him, and destruction has no covering. He stretches out the north over empty space. He hangs the earth on nothing. He binds up the water in his thick clouds, yet the clouds are not broken under it. He covers the face of his throne and spreads his cloud over it. He drew a circular horizon on the face of the waters, at the boundary of light and darkness. The pillars of heaven tremble and are astonished at his rebuke. He stirs up the sea with his power, and by his understanding he makes up storms. By his spirit he adorns the heavens. His hand pierced the fleeting serpent. Indeed, these are the mere edge of his ways, and how small a whisper we hear of him. But the thunder of his power who can understand? Yeah, God was not pleased with the Bildad the Shuhite, but he was pleased with Job. Job was one of God really thought highly of Job, and look what happened to Job. He had to suffer like the most awful thing. Just because we suffer doesn't mean God doesn't love us. Real out good, Buffett! The northern husky, they moved in shallower here. The husky can be shallow. 163. It makes sense to me, but 163. I don't want to cut this guy off. Just making my way down to go to the skid. A bit behind. Make clear my intention to go back to sleep. Looks like I was getting a bite while I looked back at the wire, but it's not moving the screen. The chart says it's sand over here, so I guess it could be shifting sands, moving the depth around. I'm not going to be real happy if it runs out of water. Rocky, sandy, what is it?
rocks down there.
How's everything going? The bite's pretty good, but the weather's not so great. I just don't like it. Where I was fishing, it was really standing up, breaking waves and stuff. So I'm trying to troll out of here to this unknown, shallow, pinnacle, rocky, boat infested area. Kind of crossing another boat right now. I'm trying to get behind it. I like the volcano. I guess I gotta look that up. That's a good emoji of the con. Thank you, Dan Jake, for the go going. Whoever it is going, thank you. Zyro is here. He could be back there. If Zyro is here, I'd keep fishing today just so that he can have some experience out in the water. This is a different boat. I haven't come into the range of where this boat's fishing. It's on a different line up. All the boats can sit correctly about 50 foot. I don't recognize this one. There's got to be a 20 fathom pinnacle around here. It says 20 right there. 22 and 20. Oh, here it comes. Better not be less. 5. Searching the internet for Josie. I gotta follow this guy. He probably wouldn't like that. See what he's up to. Guys up to? Are you in Florida, JK? Have you been fishing recently? What about you, Salty? Aren't you in New Jersey? Have you been fishing? Seems like there's fish in New Jersey. A lot of people too. You know those ponds where Orbit goes are just full of fish. Looks like they had so many tuna out there that they up in New England that they had to close it like right away. It's already closed for the bluefin. This is so weird. It says it's 20 fathoms in here, but it's still 30 fathoms. Look at this. Everything is like that here. How do you know we don't? There it is. There's the 20 fathom. Probably less than 20 fathoms. That's what I'm worried about. Yeah, it's gonna be less.
How much less? I got 15 fathoms out right now. Yep, it's less. That's idiots. How did I know it was going to be like this? I seen 17 fathoms right there. It's supposed to be 20 fathoms. I don't trust it. That other boat's back here. How daggone shallow is he fishing? How shallow do I gotta go to get back in here? What the heck, man? Now it's 160 feet deep, 170. Those are some really brutal rocks underneath there. Oh, thanks, JK. Sargassum so bad, covering the beach. We need to harvest that stuff up. Make some fertilizer out of it or whatever. That guy went through here, it's got to be at least 20 fathoms. There's no way these citric guys going less than 20 fathoms. No way. I heard down in Mexico they're gathering it up for tractors and selling it for fertilizer. Sounds like a good plan to me. Forget about tourism and beach hotels. We need to set up a railway and just get bulldozers to move the beans into the middle of the country where we can grow more soybeans to sell to China. You like my plan? Oh yeah, maybe that was the other thing, building bricks out of it or whatever. I'm following this guy from Sitka. Coming through. He's headed out this way. Choppy out here. How shallow do I gotta pick up to go through all this stuff? Maybe 10 fathoms I can make it through? The shallowest spot on the chart says 15, but I just went through a patch that was not, it said 20 and it was like 17. I got 15 out, so it's getting kind of close. Yeah, I know about this. It seems to me like there's some opportunity here, you know. There's going to be a lot of mahi-mahi in the ocean, that whole weed mat. It's like a whole new ecosystem, right? Might have to pick my lines up a little bit more. I think if you're kind of nervous, I think I stand a better chance of catching kings than 15 out. I really don't want to lose my deal. I probably might have landed long. That guy just went through there with like 30 fathoms out. It's a little slot. That's a 50-foot load. Best thing you can figure out to do, I guess. Just close it along. Might be controlled the same way I am with just 2 lines out. I don't see this boat doesn't have valve line. Oh yeah, I see it's going now. It's a sinking boat. This boat is good. I got a rocker or something on my boat side. Oh, Lee is here! What's up, Lee?
See where he's going.
called the El Tiburon. Got a lot of flashes out there down in the like he just made a water ball there. I thought there was some kids around. You might have pulled up the line with no bites on it just because he's not wanting to take a little distance or something like that. Like these huge boats in here. This massive boats. The fuel cost has got to have something to do with this. Maybe this is the best thing going right now. We're surrounded by these massive boats. Deep in here, except for where it's not. You know, it's a $1 across the street. What does that even mean, 31 degrees Celsius? How many Fahrenheit is that? You know what, I'm just going to pick it up. I'm not catching anything in here. This is stupid. These guys are fishing really deep in here. I think they know where they know how to get their lines down by the bottom in here. That's how they're getting them. I'm not going to get into fixing that stuff. Let's go ahead and pull it up. Get back in here. Get back in here where it's nice so I can clean fish before they get soft out here in the warm. So nice co-hosts. Real nice co-hosts. They get their co-hosts like in the summer here. We don't get ours. Ours are definitely not that big in the summer. This one down out there. I never checked this one. This might have something on it from when we were fishing earlier. Look, thank you for that wind. Back inside here, go get in some protected water from us. Hold on. Let's go. Yeah, well, in there, the rockfish, the rock minerals, it is stuff. Extra time. Back up in there. Perfecto. Wonderful day. Good fishing. Got some big salad oil, got some low. Didn't get beat up. boat's running. Nobody tried to run us over. I mean, it's a good day. It is. I know it must be tempting to these people who are coming on the other side. No, there's no tender. I gotta go 40 miles. That's why all these freezer boats up here are not ice boats. They should stop only getting on for ice boats. A lot of freezer boats is what I'm seeing. I don't think they have any other, they don't have any good options besides this. I don't know. Yeah, I heard there was some fish on the Fairweather grounds, but they might have worn out. I heard there was fish at Forester Island, and they might have worn that out too. There may be hundreds of boats on both of those places. I don't know. I don't know how many boats there. I don't know how many fish there is. I just know that AI says only half the boat is caught. That's ridiculous. No, I'm not king sand from the water. It's still our quota. I don't know what the fuel price is, but if it's anything like what it is in Elfin Cove, that's probably why these gigantic boats are right here by town. 40 miles, I don't know how much that would cost them to run 40 miles, but I don't know. I don't know how much they burn. Let's say they burn 5 gallons an hour, you know. And let's say they're getting 30 cakes a day. I mean, that's good, but it's not good if they run, you know, 150 or 200 miles. Yeah, I don't know. I just know. This is by no means like the whole fleet, but there's quite a few boats here. I don't know. Maybe there's too many boats here. Yeah, the tenders that sell diesel too. I topped off my fuel at Elfin Cove. It was a lot. It was like, you know what though? I only took 18 gallons. I ran 100 and basically like, what did I do? I would say about 180 miles altogether because I went into Tuba Bay. I took 18.9 gallons. I didn't top it all the way off though. I just stopped when the bubbles came out the top. So I probably didn't get more. I know I could have been more. I'm not sure how much more. Must be the Bob Lee spot. That's the boats working there hard. I've been fishing out on the outside edge, watching guys go back and forth from here all day long. I don't know how deep it must be fishing. It must be I got a 17 and 18 ladder on here. There's this old boat with tuna. I think the tuna used to come to yak attacks. It's an old wood boat. I think, did I ever tell you about the boat that only fished that brown bikini squid color I got? I think that's the tuna here. That's all they use, or at least the old guy was on it. All he ever used was those brown and orange squids. Never took them off. Yeah, that's the tuna. There's a charter boat inside of there. Let's see what we did. Try to hold steady. That boat's probably 120 years old. Wood. It's like checking the wood. This is definitely a nice day at Sitco. Not my idea of a nice day. Lots of holler! My boat is one of the smallest boats in the, it is probably the smallest boat in the fleet down here. But there used to be another one, I don't know if it's fishing. There's several boats like mine. I'm the smallest boat, but I'm not the only one that has the same smallest boat. They're seaworthy. Very seaworthy. Okay, pásame de holler. Vente, Bernauser. Yeah, we're not fishing for the day. I don't like the wind. It's not that bad, but it's still choppy. I don't feel like fishing for chop. I gotta get to town anyway, sell groceries, shower would be nice. Maybe laundry. I don't know, it's supposed to be like this every day. I'm not trying to deal with it. I can work on my boat, maybe fish in town, depending on the wind direction. Just go straight to chunk salmon trolling. That's probably where all the small boats are. All the boats are probably in town chunk trolling. That's the price is so high. We're gonna find out. Headed that way now. Sorry about the noise. Yeah, it's plenty deep in here. If you know where the pinnacles are, I guess you really know. Maybe about it. Where it gets shallow, that's where it gets shallow. We'll probably try fishing in Sitka when we get over there, so we don't get we can avoid the harbor master. If we wait until after like 7 o'clock at night, maybe the harbor master won't get us. Hide from the master of the harbor, the shark. I might be able to pull this off without having to pay Sitka for the whole month. I don't know. I'm kind of interested to see, like, are they catching chums? Is the price really good here? Like, what's going on here? Before I walk in there and hand them 800, 900 bucks for the dock. A lot of guys, they won't give it to them at all. Like, I might just consider I want to use that money for my plane ticket and just camp out on my boat because I don't have a dog. With the dog, I really need the dock. Without the dog is more of a convenience.
I actually have a camp shower with me. I gotta pick it up. I'm not sure how it works. I know it takes propane. What? Yeah, that was definitely worth coming out here. I think we got like about 4 or 5 feet. I'm pretty sure. Plus a rack of polo. I went like 12 miles or whatever. I ran in and Anchorage for 6 miles and then back out here. It's actually 18 miles altogether. Yeah, 5 days. Matter with the people, baby. All that last slip of energy. Yeah, you know, the weather's nice in here. Just out there where I was fishing, the fish is not nice. I wonder if I got any interesting messages on my other phone. chat. Let's put the whistle. There's no chat. We'll move further. We're going to get away from this wind and stuff. I'm kind of laying down already. I got to go clean a rack of fish back now. Not bad, it's just that area is all roughed up in that area where I wasn't fishing. The wind's fine. Look at that, we got this wind, what are you talking about, man? Gotta go eat some fish, that'll be exciting. I'm kinda hungry too. What are we gonna have for lunch? I got some smoked oysters, some china. Let's try that. Hey, Squidboy 1964, you better subscribe to the Squid channel. We're a pro Squid broadcast. I need the subscribers. fucking 10,000. I don't know where they get those oysters from, but they're from China somewhere. I discovered that a long time ago and stopped eating them. But the choices of groceries that I can eat without cooking at the store at Elton Cove is very, very limited. So I went with the Chinese one. It kind of bothers me, the idea of eating Chinese lunch, though. It's like the oyster has Bob was cooking something with oysters. Bob was doing some oysters. What did you have with oysters? I don't know. But I was thinking, those are Chinese oysters. I don't want those. And then, of course, I got them anyway. Bob was like an advertiser. He was advertising for Chinese people. Starting to get real nice. I know a spot in Sitka Sound where I've caught king salmon before. I might try there on the way in. It's probably be nice weather in there. If it's not nice, I won't try it. If it is nice, I think it's on the way. It's really not on the way. You know what's funny is I was back in there and I was like, was it last year? Last year? No, it was a couple of years ago. Man, there was a lot of king salmon in there. And it was open. You could keep them in the hatchery area that was like 1 mile away from where we were. Yeah, I tried. I went and checked all the regulations. I talked to the fish buyer. And then I went and tried like 1 mile away, and they weren't there. They were only out further. 1 mile further out, king salmon all over the bottom. Went into the hatchery cove channel, nothing. Well, I got one. Oh, thank you, squid boy! Thank you so much. You might be the only one today. By the time I'm done cleaning them, I'll be able to pull my stabilizers in. I'll wash them off, but it's stop them. Get this, got a little pile of co-host to clean up here.
Got some nice cohos right at the end there. That was sweet, man. I think the boat's fishing pretty well. It's not like I'm seeing the other boats throwing them in hand over fist. See how it does with the chum salamans if there's any around. I think fish was better here than it was last year when I was in here. Last year I think I came through and it was just like, ooh, man, I'm out of here. We weren't allowed to keep kings last year though. So I'd have been looking for a lot of these little cohos. I hope they got a good price on these fish in town. Suspect the buyers. The buyer here is not as good as the buyer in Elfin Cove or Coho. Let's see what they're doing with it. I really don't care. As long as I'm getting $9 from Kings, I'll be happy with it. They're not paying good money for Coho. I just won't sell them anymore after this. Last time I sold fish last year here, I just sold them one little bag of fish, and then that was it. I didn't even stay to get my check. I just took off, headed north. I got married on the 15th of August last year, so I had to be ready to get out of here. So I went north and started fishing cohos up there. Really didn't add up to very much, but I did good on the king opener, so I was happy with it. And then it was pretty decent coho fishing back home. I heard it died around here. I heard it wasn't good here. A bunch of people came up my way. Back to this boat. I think I've got to stop the boat, put my stabilizers in. While I'm stopped, I can get a bucket of water without getting pulled over for it. That's my plan. That's my plan. There'll be a little rough on the stabilizers. Maybe I'll just pull one stabilizer right now. I'll stop the boat. Don't be a wimp, pull the stabies. Right? Maybe I ought to get I'm gonna get my bucket of water right now while I got the stabilizer.
water bucket in action. We missed the bucket water action. Let's get the skates up. There we go. What's up, PK? Don't know. This information is disengaged. Speed now, though. Almost out of the swell here in 1 more minute. Yeah, making 7 knots like this. Oh, dying. Whoa. Look out. Go back out there. John Falcon, this is Dick. No flying around. What was it flying around? Water droplets, maybe? Thanks, 21 people. If you did a favor, subscribe so I can get at least 1 subscriber a day. That's no joke. Stuck at 10K. Lines in the water. Nowhere. Let's go. I'm going to town. It got too rough out there for me. Even if I'm making $200 an hour, like, getting beat up, I don't know. It'll work out good this way. Going with the tide. It's good. I mean, I'm over 7 knots right now. 7.4 knots. Going in with the tide. Should work perfect. I'm out of coffee, I'm out of like candy. I got fish on ice, it's not the best. Ready to go in, sell my fish, sell what I got, get top dollar for it.
maintain a reputation of having quality fish, and then head back out with new ice. Making a list of stuff I need to get from town. And I was thinking about, I got to be at the dock during the harbor master hours, get some shower, and then I actually have a shower on the boat. What I need to do is get some water from the dock, fill my fresh water tank, get some D batteries. That's still on my list. That's the only option. Shower, D batteries. Yeah, we're about, let me just say, as the crow flies, we are not a crow, so we'll extend a little bit. And we're going to have to go approximately, I would say, about 28 miles, about 30 miles probably. I'm not sure. I got to go around and just go back to I'm going behind the island, Rooftop Island. Missed the whole fishing show, man. We did pretty good this morning. Good trying. I just cleaned up the last of them. I still got to throw them in the fish hole. I'm waiting for them to get in here when there's no waves. I'm going to go out there and put them in the box. They're clean. Soaking in the salt water right now. Tomorrow, yeah, the weather's not looking great this tomorrow. You know, if it's still open on Friday, I think I'll come back up here on fish tips on Friday. I might do try chum fish tomorrow. See what it is. When I sell fish, I'll find out whether, if the trollers are selling chums right now, then it's on. If they're not selling chums, it's not on. And I need to go to Napa and get a melt. Should be able to see the trollers. Eventually, I'm coming in from the other side of town to the troll. It's about the right time for them to start showing up. And there's very suspicious that there's like so few boats. It's the freezer boats up here. Most of it's freezer boats. Which tells me that like all the ice boats, freezer boats don't fish for sunset, so all the ice boats might be getting jumped right now. It could be a little bit crazy to boat about it, But I'm a regular participant. They'll recognize me. They know what to expect. It would be nice if I could get to the tackle shop today. What do I need for them? I need swivels for my floats, socks. That's what I need for them. I have on my list so far alternator, hoses, belt, swivels for wire, line crimps, washdown pump, hooks for fish bags, D-cell batteries. What did I just say that I needed? Socks. And blankets too. Blankets. Might as well make a grocery store list. I need laundry soap. I need quarters. It's hard to get quarters in town. The grocery store doesn't want to give them to you. What's up, Tim? Oh, extra mega patriotic goodness. Soy sauce? I don't know. I might need soy sauce. I actually have some. I don't think I got soy sauce. Those are fish on file. We got some. Somewhere in here we should get out of this weather. How's it going in Oregon? Time flies, man. I remember when you were saying I'm going to Oregon next month, and now we're there. It's Oregon, man. Look, Gary's now, he's still he's deleting the, I got the propane. I got it. We cooked hamburgers last night at the morning. And we made tea. We made tea twice. I don't have any coffee, but just having the hot caffeine and sugar in the morning. Almost the same thing. I think I really need like 3 bags. That was a good idea to leave on the incoming side. Definitely taking a slip. When did they have the vote for the, when are they voting for the cut down fishing and stuff? Yeah, I'm running Andrew. It got kind of choppy there in Salisbury Sound. I gotta sell my fish. My ice is not great. I want to get the fish off of it, get new ice. I don't have very many fish, but I don't want to go in there and then have them tell me, hey, it's fish stink. What's the price? What's the price at SPC? You know? It was $2.25 straight for, it was $2.25 straight and $9.50 at Elfin Cove. Am I gonna go to Sitka and find out that it's $1.50 and $6? That would not make me happy. I'll turn right around and go back to Elfin Cove. You know the price on chum? I don't know how busy Andrew is. You can tell me about my Gertie. My Gertie is giving me fits. It's $9. What happened to $9.50? That's lame. Is it $2.25 straight? Or are they doing that 5-pound split? I've got like only a handful of 5-pound fish. Most of my fish are like 4 pounds. Are they getting the chum? Is that where all the ice boats are? There's hardly any boats over here. At Salisbury Sound, it's like all freezer boats. I see the tuna. Yeah, Andrew, so the problem is my Gertie is like, it keeps coming out of, like, it keeps popping out of gear, you know, but it keeps, so I'll lock it, like I'll lock the flow back, and then it'll pop loose, and, you know, oops, wire will get tangled up sometimes, or I'll be running the heavy, and the float will pop, and it's just coming out of the lock. I don't know. I think it's just an adjustment, but I don't know what to adjust. Anytime I've had a problem, I started working on it. I don't know if you could really include what I need to adjust. There's only 2 chum fishermen. Well, maybe it'll be really good for chum then. AGS? Well, it was 925 in 925 in Yak Attack. It's less here than Yak Attack? Come on. Like $9 is okay. At least it didn't go below 9. How much is diesel? I just got fishing because this engine repower, I've been working on the engine up until this a few days ago, and then I'm still working on the engine. So, yeah, well, I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess it would be good if I could get that fixed. I usually park my boat at the furthest away to the west spot at that Eliason or whatever. Are there a few king salmon everywhere, or is it pretty dead everywhere? Because it seemed like it wasn't good for me at Big Cross or Kobe Rock. I didn't get any. It was much better here. I got like slightly more than 2. But enough to make me happy. I'm easy to please. You're not gonna like my Gerties, but I need to install some grease certs. I don't ever grease them. I like push grease in there by hand. It sounds so terribly sad. But all the certs are broken off for some reason. One side of my Gerties is doing okay. That's crazy that it's still open. You'd think even if it was slow, it wouldn't be open for this long. It would have to be devastatingly terrible for it to be open for 15 days. Slow has got to be an understatement. Is there nobody fishing or what? I don't want to have to run all of it. The weather doesn't look that great for me. I think it's just where I was fishing out there. It was like really rough. I mean, it's hardly any wind, but man, it's really choppy. I don't like it. One big white caps and stuff, standing wave. A little dry, yeah. I don't know. That one is out of adjustment for sure. It's always popping out of the lock. I can't get it to stay locked. My shids are in the wrong spot on that same 32 where it's like it's having a hard time. That you know, it's doing something else. That same Gertie will like it's got like a spot where it hangs up. I don't know, it could be the motor, but I think it's the Gertie. If it's dry, it'll like it's like almost like it's thumping. It's just, I think it's just hanging in the spot. I have an extra. I put a Hasbro Gertie 2-spool in my lazarette hole down in the build. It's probably not the best place for it, but I have it. This one's acting up. I've had a break on me before, so I have a spare Gertie. I don't know. There's probably something wrong with that Gertie too. I think it works. I think it has the same problem. It won't stay locked. Yeah, okay, Andrew. I gotta I do need to go to Napa. I need to call them and order an alternator. I'm trying to get the, yeah, I got a lot going on with the boat. Misaligned belt, misaligned pulley. We had, the belt was way out of alignment, and it was like, my mechanic friend decided to chop my alternator bracket, and yeah, he cut the alternator bracket, welded it back so that we could move the alternator a little bit forward to make the belt line up, but it's still not perfectly lined up, and I don't like having that bracket like that. I have a bracket for a different alternator. I'm going to try the other alternator, but I don't know. I have a feeling it's going to be lined up in the wrong spot still. We'll see. Going down under a load. No, it's not the alternator, it's the alignment. I have an alignment issue. My belt's chirping. I'm on my, I had a spare belt, and I'm on my spare belt after the boat's only been running for like, I fished it for, a few trips back home, so probably might have 300 miles on it or something in the belt. First belt, kind of cheap. Then I put a new belt on it right away. The new belt's got wear on the screw side. So, yeah, it's out of alignment. I was watching some YouTubes on it, and I did the water test, and it quiets down when I put water on it, on the inside of the belt. It quiets down, then it gets really loud. So I put a new belt on it, and that quieted it down, so it was fine. I did that at Elfin Cove. When I put the new belt on, it was totally quiet, so I came on down. Yeah, it's working. So I came down, and then I anchored up to Kaz, and when I started the boat, Kaz, it started chirping again. I'm like, oh, man. But then it quieted down again, so I think it was chirping a little bit back at home, but I didn't think anything of it. But back in Elfin Cove, before I left, it was chirping really loud. And I was like, I'm not running a system like this. So I pulled over and anchored up and like looked at everything, and everything's tight. And I checked with the straight edge. And I think the alternator, the one where we messed with the bracket, might be out a little bit. That's probably what's doing it. Nothing's out terribly bad. But I think with the research I've done, I think my belt is a little bit short. I think it's a ½ inch short. So it's probably really tight. And then I think that the alternator pulley looks like it's off a little bit. I was going to try a whole new alternator. I got a whole new bracket for the engine, but the bracket I bought, I didn't realize this is for a different kind of alternator. So I was going to get the alternator that fits that and try that out. Spend all the money I just made on alternators. Alternators and gas. My list of stuff is more than the money I've made so far. That's how it goes. Need to get on some fish. No, there's no adjustment on the bracket at all. That's why my mechanic friend cut it and welded it back. Now there's adjustment on it. But while we were messing with it, so like he was trying to pry a washer in or out of it, and the thing broke because it's not, the cast metal doesn't like the weld, so I don't like it at all. I want to get rid of it. That's why I have a spare bracket, but I didn't realize that I didn't realize until I was going to change it because I had the chirping. I went to change it in Elfin Cove, and then I looked at it and I'm like, this is a bracket for a different alternator. It is a bracket for my engine, but it's not the same alternator. So maybe the other alternator might line up straight, but if it doesn't line up straight, then I'm back to square one. I'm at Neva Strait right now, on the west side. So there is adjustment on the bracket right now. I got a couple washers on the on one side, and I got like a bunch of washers on the other side. But when we were trying to adjust it before, we broke it, and it's been re-welded now. So my propensity is to think that I don't want to touch it at all. I don't even want to touch it. I'm afraid if I try and change them, if I try and get the washers out of there, it'll break again. So I'm not gonna. I don't mind touching it while I'm on the dock in Sitka, but I definitely don't want to do it out here. I didn't want to do it in Elton Cove either. Yeah. I'm okay with this, I think it's eating the belt, so I bet it's like countdown to 200 miles before this belt gets bad. Get another belt. It may even be if I put the correct size belt on, if it really needs a 58.5-inch belt, then the slightest bit of, that might make a difference. It could be a tiny bit out of it, and that'll be fine. Loosen up a little bit. But, yeah. No, they have everything here. It could take 3 weeks to get a part to Elton Cove. The whole season could be over while I'm waiting for a new alternator bracket. Those people at Napa they're not that helpful, man. They take pride in not helping. Like, if you don't have the Napa part number, they're like, oh, yeah. Tell me what vehicle it's for. I'm like, it's a Cummins 4BT. There's like 4 million of them out there. I don't know what that is. I need a part number. Oh man. Yeah, I do like this engine because it's like I could rebuild the whole front of the engine like in a number of different arrangements. It's not a big deal. The parts are cheap. I just need to figure out what's out. I think it's the alternator. It even looks like it's out a little bit. It doesn't even look like it's in and out. It kind of looks like it's, Yeah. Yeah, at the Napa, I'm like, hey, I need an alternator bracket for a Cummins 4BT. And he's like, and it's got a number on it. He's like, I gave him the number, and he's like, that doesn't come back as anything. And he goes, I even looked on the internet, it doesn't come back as anything on the internet. It's a Cummins 4BT. He goes, call this other guy. So I called the other guy, and he's like, no, I don't have anything for that. You should call Cummins Northwest or something. And it's like, I'm so over it. How about I use the alternator bracket I already have? I have a bracket, and I think it's the bracket that goes on like a Dodge, an old Dodge truck. There's billions of those out there. I mean, Napa should even. It's the alternator with the. Now I'll lose the bracket. I got it somewhere. The bracket has a solid, a solid thing. So the alternator has to have the wide yoke on it. $10, yeah. Well, fortunately, finally, the fish price reflects that same sort of situation, which is really good. As if the king salmon price was still $5.50, we would be out of business. That's for sure. $9. Not as good as $9.50. Man, I was thinking get $9.50. That's right. $9 is still really good. The bracket probably is like in my nose right now. There you go. Yeah, you know what I mean. I wish I could get. I like my one wire. I've had problems getting those other ones to the site. I really like I have a Delco Remy one wire on there now. That's the way to go. But this other one will probably like want to plug into a Dodge ECU or something. There's a good diesel shop, that's good. Who's got the diesel shop? I don't want to go to any shop. I think this is like something that I can fix. But it's good to know that if I can't fix it, the guy's working on it. I was having a problem with overheating. I done fixed that. Took my thermostat out, then fixed that problem. But yeah, the whole front end, the whole belt and forward situation on this thing's not great. My mechanic friend warned me about getting stuff worked on out of town, because they'll just, you know, these guys need to make money and they'll just charge me, you know, whatever it is, $250 an hour, and they'll do the same thing I do myself. My friend at Elfin Cove was going to take his rig to the mechanic in Pelican, since it's a diesel shop in Pelican Cove. I wonder if there's any fishing right in front of town there. 2 years ago when I came back, I started chum fishing right away, and nobody was doing it. Like you said, there was 2 guys doing it. And man, there was a lot of king salmon on the bottom. It was like, I felt bad. It was really, I felt bad. I shallowed up, but if I went below like 30 fathoms, I was just catching king salmon on the bottom once every single time. Yeah, there's a new guy that moved into the shop, apparently, Andrew. That's what my friend told me. It's the guy he's been using for a mechanic anyway. I tried fishing in Palma Bay. I was thinking about shooting. I caught 1 shaker. That was it. On the outside corner. Yeah, there wasn't nothing good going on up there for me. I thought maybe there'd be fish in there because it's a high abundance area, but we don't have a high abundance area now. There wasn't any fish. There wasn't like anything. Caught 1 coho and 2 shakers. Went on in and then fished at, I fished outside of Hockney. And I don't know, there was a few cohos, but it wasn't good. But maybe it's good now. There's boats running that way. I saw the Persistence come out of here, head that way. Maybe he's off Kaz or something. I didn't see a single boat between Cape Cross and here. There was not even 1 boat. Well, 1 boat was off Kaz when I woke up this morning. Yeah, there was 2 boats. There was 2 or 3 boats. There was 2 boats at Icy Point. I was kind of overheating at the time, so I didn't want to be on the outside Icy Point. I pulled around and got out of the ocean a little bit, and then I set my gear. My thermostat was acting up, so I ended up kind of trolling around and not catching anything, and eventually I just decided it was a waste of time completely. Just kind of letting it eat. I don't know. There was a big boat with a top house with a blue trim, white boat with blue trim. What was it? I didn't look at it. And then there was that like lavender colored snowball, you call it? I don't know. The big Canadian style trawler and fiberglass. It's not that big. It's maybe 43 foot. It's like a lavender colored boat. There's these 2 chicks that run it. I don't think it was the Searcher. It might have been. I don't know. The fair weather was just over here, and Myra was here yesterday, and the tuna is here, and there was way more boats yesterday. I think it started off okay. I mean, I don't know. It's not, but anything salmon is good for me at $9 a pound. There's some golos too. But there's not very many boats. I don't know where everybody is. I'm glad they're not where I'm trying to fish. I always feel like when I start catching king salmon, these guys are watching me on YouTube or something. Because when I start catching fish, pretty soon the boats will like come from out of nowhere. If I'm not catching fish, they don't come from. I don't see them. As soon as I get fish, they start showing up. Yeah, he showed up here today. I don't know where he went. I don't know. It must be grim if that's what guys are doing. But how much is fuel there? That's what I was thinking. Is fuel. You know that diesel fuel is $7.40 at Elfin Cove? I've never heard of such a thing. $7.40. That's crazy. Kid, Canelo, what's up? I got a leak in my roof. It's not even raining that hard. It's just pouring in. I gotta get some sealer on that. Maybe from the repower. So it's $9 at SBC or at Sitka Sound. I usually sell at Sitka Sound. That's where I intend to sell today too. Where did they come up with $7.40 though? That's crazy. It's a lot in Yakutat too, but it's not like that. Yeah, Delta Western. That's enough money to keep people away from there for fishing. Like, how are you supposed to go fishing if it costs that much and it's $4 too? It's almost twice as much. That's not a reasonable markup. Maybe I'll go to Juneau before I go home and get fuel there. Fill up here. I just need like 10 gallons or something. Not long. Oh yeah, you're right. I guess that's how you do it. I've heard of people getting water out of those. I'd rather pay the extra money to get more than that water. That would kill me. I do not want to be out there having it rough and then break down because I saved, $500 in fuel. Emergency. It's never been that bad. I don't know. I was just paying. Fuel's not a big deal for me, really. Not until it gets to be $7.40 per gallon. I can't believe it's only $4 here. Well, that's good. That's good. So where the heck is everybody then? They spread out. Are they all down at Forester and out at Fairweather grounds? But I want to know why the Fairweather boat, that big giant monster boat, is not at the Fairweather grounds. I run into them every year, big trolls. They're not on the Fairweather grounds. Oh yeah, that was 3 weeks ago. You got fuel. Maybe it's I would think if it's $7.40 at Elfin Cove, it would be It was 480 last year. Yeah, I heard Neats had it going on. It's like, I'll tell you what, I would take the scratch fishing that I'm getting here. It's head over heels better than the Yakutat. Yakutat is dead. That river is supposed to get at least 450 pings, and they had 100 fish. Not that we're not catching the sea-tuck kings. We're not getting sea-tuck kings. It's not our catch, when we go trolling, but that's just like indicative to the number of big salmon in the water. It is dead up there. Dead. Yeah, there's going to be a real emergency on that river if that happens again next year. That's the lowest number of kings ever. I don't know, hopefully they got some fish now. I can check on that. Sunny weather will fire up the chubs in Eastern Channel. Are they in there? Is it going to be sunny? It looks like it's going to be a little bit windy for me to come back out here and fish. Something about the spot where I was fishing, it gets all choppy in there. It wasn't bad inshore, but where I was fishing on the edge, it was bad. Okay. Yeah, it looked like wind. I guess maybe that's a westerly from the sun. It looked like it was going to be getting a little windy. That was part of my decision to come down here right now, because fishing was there's at least some fish at Elfin Cove. I was thinking I could stay there, but then I saw the weather and I just made a break for it. Let's ask about July 8th, well, it's not July 8th. I got that, Andrew. You have a home phone number still? You must be having like a gray beard and a cane. You got a house phone still? Everybody just uses cell phones now. Man, look at this graph. Dang. What's going on here? Right? No. What? Oh, that's soccer. That's steelhead. Look at that. Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's just over, man. Look at this shark. Look at the king run at the sea-tuck river. Can you see that? The black is this here. That is serious problem right there. That is so bad. There's 108 fish through. We need 450. Compare that to previous years. See it? Last year, this state we had 1,290 fish. 2024, 517. 2023 is similar at 144. 2022, 888. But this year is bad. It's a bad year. Bad year.
That's your crew. Yeah, I knew that the home phone's a dead giveaway, Andrew. Yeah, well, I guess, you know, you can look at that other year. I tell you what we're going to do with the hatchery money that we got that we haven't done anything with for 15 years in Yakutat is we're going to try and do a rehabilitation project on the Chinook there in the river with the in-stream incubation of the eggs. If we can get we need a better run than 100 fish though, so we can get some fish for eggs and milk. But the project is underway. We hired a contractor. We hired a couple contractors to start work on the business of getting the facilities ready for the egg incubation and just researching where to put it and stuff. But yeah, hopefully it's not too late with a run of 100 fish. Oh my gosh. But it's like something just took out all the kings up there. There's no kings in the Yukon either. What the heck? Did the dogfish eat them all? Or like, we did have a big population of sea lions around. It seemed like this year the sea lions disappeared. Maybe they finished off the kings and then decided to go somewhere else. I don't know. Went up the bay maybe. The sockeyes are doing good. I'm going to end the live stream. Wait. Yeah, email, intro, hatchery program is starting up there. Yeah, that's stupid. The guys that wrote that newsletter are totally anti-trollers, man. I can't believe the wording they used for that. That they said that trollers are the only ones who explicitly target king salmon. I can't believe they said that. I did not write that letter. Those guys are gill netters. They hate trollers. But the thing is, it's like, yeah, rehabilitation of a king salmon population on the river is good for both trollers and gill netters. If we can get a whole bunch of, it's a 5-year program. Assuming we can get a run back big enough to get some fish for broodstock. The idea would be to double it. So like if we snatch 40 fish, and we should be able to double the run. If the run's 1,000 fish normally, we take 40 fish out, we should be able to get 2,000 back. So obviously if a big run came back and then we could grab, 140 fish, we might make enough king salmon to make a difference where you can actually catch them. But right now the idea is just to give the river a little boost so that it's not so low on the numbers. I think the fishing game is pretty retarded. Like the biggest run ever in there is 18,000 fish. You would think that it would be wise to go for an escapement over 450 fish. That's what happens once they get like 700 fish. They're like, okay, we're all good, everybody, you can sports fish now. Like, we're king salmon. Whatever. But that's what's going on. We actually hired someone. We hired someone from out of town. It's not a set netter, that's done the process of the in-stream incubation in other places successfully. Hired them to come and do the work, start the work anyway in Yakutat. So it's a good thing, the board I've been on the board for a few years and we haven't done very much, and we haven't been able to do very much, We've been trying, but this would be something that actually have a
something that would be like, hey, we did something, you know? Because we've been taking money from everybody for 15 years or something. We've been taking 3% of everyone's money and haven't done anything except spend it on Kathy Wasser, the contractor, and then we have like insurance. You know, there's insurance for the board members that costs like a ridiculous amount of money. And then there's elections. Did you know that to run an election or something like that costs like $9,000? It's just a huge waste of money. But nothing's happening. So hopefully we can make something happen. It just seemed to me, I'd like to see more king salmon in there, but you know, if they don't get the king salmon in that river for a certain number of years, it like trips an emergency where they shut everything down in like a huge radius around it. It could be like the Upper Bean Canal, you know, or the Upper Lynn Canal, or wherever they got the, you know, where's that spot where they got it shut down everywhere? It's shut down all the time. Maybe Haynes or whatever, the Kentucky run, or I don't know, all that stuff. But yeah, Yakutat was terrible for kings last winter. It was just dead. I told the fish and game guy, I'm like, man, there is no fish this year. He goes, oh, there's lots of fish. I caught fish sports trolling. Like, he just blew me off. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Hey, how about now, Mr. Fish and Game? Some did come, but those are like migratory fish, the ones that came, and they're not, I don't know, supposedly we don't catch these up river things anyway. Just like the whole area is a suck hole for things right now, it's not around. Turns out the whole, everywhere is sucked for things this year. There's tons of them in Washington though, seems like. Thank you, Northern Mission Outdoors. I wonder if there's still a lot of deer. They said that there was so much snow up there at Elkin Cove. I must have killed a lot of the deer. I want to go deer hunting on August 1st. I don't see any yet. Seems to be a lot of them around here. I guess it's high tide. Hey, retirement! Well, we did get a big win where we're still, you know, that stupid fish conservancy didn't shut us down. You know, that's a win. That's positive. But it's not positive that you got these gill netters in Yakutat on the hatchery board taking money from trollers, talking about how they are explicitly targeting things. Yeah, like the people that board fish that want to shut it down, it's like those are the people, you know, that are writing that letter. Yeah. I'm just getting to the mouth right now. Hopefully, I think I might have the tide timed out right. We'll find out here in a second. Incoming tide, is it going to take me halfway out straight on incoming? It's actually going to be incoming most of the way. And then it'll be like about high tide. I don't know. How far is it? High tide's not so deep. It's not even right. Made that mistake before. Going down the wrong. Did I miss it? I'll be through it. Summits, Whitestone Narrows. It's a big tide, I think. kind of wanted to stay and fish, but it was like the waves were coming up and then the white caps right next to each other. Took a pass on that. Hopefully by the time I get to pushing against it, it won't be running too hard. I have to run all the way back up here to fish the light. Like 10 to 15 knots. Friday looks great. It's still open on Friday. I think I'm going to come back up to it. Saturday doesn't look that great, but I can try it. That's good. Every morning? Lakeside Grocery, AC. I don't know where that is. Monday. Monday through Saturday, Lakeside Grocery. Is that the AC store or they got coffee? This place? Is that the one where I go anyway? Paladin Point. Oh. Small sitting place, yeah. Free coffee? No way. Is that the one near Eliason Harbor? That's where I usually stay at. You can't see the harbor on this thing. That's cool. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. I'm not sure if I'm going to stay here and fish chums. I think I am. I'm not sure whether I want to pay them their $800 or if I want to try and, you know that It's $880. So it's probably $1,500 this year. I don't know. It's going up. For me to park at the dock for a month. It's $880. It's like, are you kidding me? Normally I just give it to them, whatever they want. But normally I have the dog, and they're like, you have to have a dog. I don't have the dog now. So I was thinking about maybe not getting the dog. But maybe I should, because I want to work on my boat. Yeah, it's like $70 a night for me to tie up with. Not a good. Last year when I came through here, it was no chunk salmon at all. But that opener was so fast, and I didn't go back to Craig. I just came straight here. It was like nothing. I put my hooks in and troll around there in the East Channel, and I didn't catch anything but little rockfish. And then the sea lion came and started pulling the rockfish off my gear. I'm like, that's it. I trolled for like an hour. So I left. Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to pay the harbor $800 to catch baby rockfish. How was the chunk fishing last year, Andrew? It's supposed to be the same kind of run this year as it was last year. Not that they know what you're talking about. I do a lot better not cleaning fish for $1.35 than having to try and drive and clean fish for $25. How slow is slow? Those guys, they catch so many chunk salmon, it's unbelievable. I heard it was good at Neats Bay. Maybe it'll be good here, but it's good at Neats Bay. I don't know. Looks like I missed out on that. Overheating like crazy. Yeah. Shit. Fucking overheating. I started smelling antifreeze. The bitch is overheated. I wonder if I lost a hose or something. Damn. Shit. Less than 400 a day. Well, now I'm overheated. Let me stop the live. I'll